Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning, everyone. I am going to be calling the meeting to order because we are on time, or perhaps a minute or so over. So as we have quorum, we are now going to get started. I want to welcome everybody to the council meeting that's able to join us in person. I'm not sure if we'll have anybody else joining us online, but we have Councillor Francis, Councillor Chattison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Clark, Councillor Cooper. We have Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor McMeekin, who, thank you, Councillor McMeekin, for almost having to take over for me this morning, but I was able to get here on time, and Councillor Maureen Wilson. So on that note, we will ask for everybody who is able, welcome to staff and observers and media, everybody who is able, please stand for the national anthem. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. Members are also reminded of the 5-minute time limit when asking questions and or making a statement, and that no member of council shall speak more than once on any matter at a council meeting without passing a motion to do so. I do want to once again thank Councillor McMeekin as the Deputy Mayor this month for stepping up. This morning I was a minute or two tardy because we had the Canusa Games torch run this morning. Our young athletes and our staff and lots of volunteers and families are heading down in almost 6 full busloads, the most in a very long time, to Flint, Michigan for the longest standing games in North America between two nations. And so that's really something that's something to celebrate. 68 years of that tradition is fantastic. It really does a great deal for young people and for friendship across the borders, so that's great. So we'll get on with the approval of the agenda. Can I get a mover and seconder to approve the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Show of hands, please. All in favor, any opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. Members of council, so I forgot to ask if there are any amendments. Any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll keep going then. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Declarations of interest? No? Okay. I have a declaration of interest, as a matter of fact, to the VUT, GIC item 8.7, FCS 26055, vacant unit tax, 2026 bylaw, and also the motion on the VUT item 9.8. So at that point, I will stop participating and I'll hand the chair over to Councillor McMeekin. Okay, Councillor McMeekin? You good with that? Excellent. When it's time to vote, as you know, I'll abstain, and we'll make sure we register that in the records. We'll now go on to the ceremonial activities. Of course, there are none. So we're on to adoption of the minutes of previous minutes. May I have a motion to adopt the open minutes of the July 14th special council meeting and the open and closed minutes of the July 15th council meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Any errors or omissions in the minutes, folks? Seeing none, we'll then go to the show of hands votes. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries as well. Items for information. There is a resolution from the Township of Puslinch in support of the Town of Halton Hills resolution respecting Ontario's invasive plants rules to protect taxpayers. Councillor Cassar, I understand that you requested this item to be placed on the council agenda. Would you like to speak to it? Please go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath. Yes, I did ask for it to be put on the agenda. I'd like to move that we endorse this, and Councillor Kretsch has agreed to second it. If I could just speak to that and give a brief overview. It is from Puslinch about a Halton Hills resolution about invasive plant sales in Ontario. There's a connection for Hamilton to both the Biodiversity Action Plan, which this council has supported, and also it's relevant for controlling costs and maintaining municipal infrastructure. So for those that haven't read, in the public who haven't read through the resolution, it speaks to invasive plant shrubs, vines, ground covers, and so on, and seeds that are sold in nurseries and continue to this day to be sold. And then when planted in the environment, they can escape and cause damage to municipal infrastructure, roadsides, stormwater systems, parks, trails, and so on, natural heritage areas just in general. And it's estimated that nearly $51 million of cost is incurred by municipalities in Ontario to maintain. The work needs to be done to remove and hold back invasive species. And most of those expenditures are about control rather than management and prevention. So knowing that invasive plants can cause significant damage to municipal infrastructure, it's in our best interest to control costs, as we are all trying to do, and for conservation authorities and the like, other organizations, to ask the provincial government for some support. And that support would be a review and modernization of Ontario's invasive plant regulatory framework, looking at expanding and regularly updating the list of prohibited and restricted invasive plant species, and specifically prohibiting the sale, distribution, propagation, and trade of listed invasive plants through garden centers or nurseries, online suppliers, and so on. And incorporated with that would be education of why this is important. So this is one step along that path. And also having a transition plan for nurseries and others who sell, because we don't obviously want to have a negative impact on businesses, but to have education and options for them to sell different things that are net positive to the environment. So that's what this is about, and just looking for council support to endorse what is before us. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Cassar. Are there any other speakers on this item? Councillor Beattie, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would have an obvious conflict of interest on this and not be able to participate, so it would be disqualifying interest. I don't need to check with the IC. I think that's pretty clear.
Okay. So any further then? So we'll record that, Councillor Beattie. Thanks very much, and you'll abstain with the vote. Okay, so then this is an electronic vote. So I'll ask members of council to please record your vote when our system is up. Welcome, Councillor Alex Wilson. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much, everyone, with one abstention with Councillor Beattie. We're on to the committee, and congratulations, Councillor Cassar. Thanks for bringing that forward. Committee recommendations. Councillor Nan, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations contained within the Public Works Committee minutes of July 7th, 2026. Councillor Nan is not here. Councillor Cassar, please. Thank you. Councillor Cassar, please go ahead. Oh, now Now I screwed that up. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll get there, I promise.
Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Wang, that PWC 26-010 being the minutes of the Public Works Committee held on Monday, July 27th, 2026, item 7.1 be received and that recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Anybody wishing to speak to this one? No minutes to be pulled? Okay, thanks very much. We'll call for the electronic vote, please, then. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to Planning Committee. Councillor Tadison, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations contained within the Planning Committee's open and closed minutes of July 28, 2026, and to receive the correspondence items. Oh, where's Councillor Tadison? Sorry.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor M. Wilson, that PLC 26010, being the open session minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, July 28, 2026, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. That the closed session minutes of the Planning Committee held on Tuesday, July 28, 2026, that's item 12.2, be approved as presented and remain confidential, and that the following correspondence items be received. And there's a number of them. 13 to be exact. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tadison. We have a speakers list starting with Councillor Kretsch. Is there something that you wanted to speak to, Councillor Kretsch? Please go ahead.
Thanks. Just want to briefly speak to item 8.2 in an attempt to try and save us some collective time. I know it's likely someone's going to want to raise the issue, which was split at planning, I think, 5-4, and this is related to 711 Concession Street and the M-Wing Heritage Building. So I'm going to keep my vote the same. If anyone wants to raise it here, I just wanted to say, if you raise it here, it gets defeated. I'm going to say the same thing I said at planning. I'll happily bring the alternative for a vote right afterwards, and the alternative is what the hospital is asking for. So just to remind everyone, especially as we're at planning, this is about designation, heritage designation. If this gets voted down, I'll just bring the alternative, which is the one the hospital is asking for right afterwards, just so we understand what's happening. I can save us all time from having to try to figure that out later. Thanks.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions for clarification. Does any of our staff know whether or not the Ministry of Health pays for the preservation of heritage structures in public hospitals?
I'm not sure, Councillor, if there's
Through the chair,
acting GM.
Brian Hollingworth, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. I have Ken Coit here who can speak to that matter.
Oh, I see. Go ahead, Director Coit.
Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. Councillor, in speaking, in my understanding in initial conversations with the hospital, it does not, unless it's a very special circumstance, but I can't speak definitively to their current standards and processes.
Yeah, that was my recollection, Mayor. So if anyone's trying to have that section designated, I'm not sure who's going to pay for it, because the province will not pay for it. They have not ever paid for heritage features preservation in public hospitals or schools. So keep that in mind when we're making our vote here. They will likely end up going to donors or coming back to the city saying, well, you did this, so you pay for it. So keep it in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. When this was first brought to committee, I did vote against the staff recommendation. I think the council-directed salvage process is appropriate. But we did have some deliberations at committee, and Councillor Kretsch brought up some points about, having a heritage designation does not mean the project cannot proceed. So I wanted to understand that a little more, because procedurally, I accept that's true, and that is true. Just wanted to understand the impact to the hospital's redevelopment process, which I think is critical, and I think we'd be hard-pressed to find colleagues that wouldn't say that the hospital's operations and modernization is important. What it boils down to, what I got from the conversation was there's a degree of certainty and risk that they're dealing with. As any business or economic development or large project, there needs to be a high degree, if not absolute certainty, that an investment and the funding that comes with it is necessary as outside funding, that the project is certain, that it can go ahead, there's no guesswork, and that risk is removed. So I've been by this building several times. It is beautiful. It would be sad to see it come down, but on balance, when we're looking at the opportunity to increase much needed services at the hospital there, and I've had family members who have been there, it's not a happy place to be given what they specialize in. And knowing that there can be some council-directed salvage process, that we own the land, we will have input in it. It won't require them to come back through Heritage Committee, Planning Committee, and then back to council again, but there will be staff involvement in the process. I'm comfortable, and I think having that alternative motion or alternative presented here to vote on is important, that we do not frustrate the hospitals project here because it is so significant, and like I said, having a high degree of certainty and minimizing risk is important on balance. Would love to see heritage in all cases preserved, but I think the balance here is we should, in my opinion, and I will vote accordingly, to defeat what's before us today as a planning committee recommendation, and then as Councillor Kretsch offered, to then be able to vote on the alternative. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Tattison, please.
I'm not sure if I heard this from Councillor Kassar, but I'm going to request a separate vote on HC 2607, item 8.2. Is that what you just requested? Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further speakers on the list. I'm going to actually say a few words as well, so if I can hand the chair over to Councillor McMeekin, please. Not dissimilar from Councillor Kassar, I'm very much passionate preservation of our built heritage. But this is a very unique situation, and one that's quite a difficult decision to make, because on the one hand, we want to make sure that we maintain as much of our built heritage as possible so that we can see our history, if you will, and that our history will live into the years ahead. But at the same time, the pressure around hospital renovation and expansion and meeting the needs of a growing city, particularly as we know, the mountain continues to have a growth in population. And so that is another piece that we have to consider. And so I also will be voting against the original recommendation. And I'm grateful to Councillor Kretsch for offering to put forward the alternative. What I would hope is that when this decision is made by council, and then therefore the hospital does what it needs to do, and I can't presuppose where we're going to end up, but if it is the case that the demolition takes place, I would hope that there would be some way, not dissimilar to what Councillor Clark's talking about, some way to acknowledge and recognize in the replacement facility what's happened in that space. It's a maternity ward, if I'm not mistaken. How many Hamiltonians were born in that space? How many mums birthed their first child in that space? How many doctors and nurses and orderlies and other staff in the hospital worked in that building over many, many, many years? And so I would hope that if it is the fact that the demolition goes forward, that we are able to work with the hospital and encourage them to put some kind of historic not just plaque, but some kind of display that pays homage to all of the people that have been through that facility, and that see it as a part of their history and a part of their family's growth, and as you suggested, more difficult times as well. So on that note, thanks very much, and Councillor McMeekin, I'll take the chair back. Okay. And so now before us then, we have item 8.2. Yes, and so I don't see any further speakers. So we will go to the electronic vote, please, on 8.2.
So just through the mayor, it's 8.2 to item 9.2 II. So 9.2 II is
Yes.
the item on the planning
Yes.
committee minutes, and 8.2 is the minute item within those heritage minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Just for the clarification, no, don't be sorry. Just for the clarification of the record. So on the minute item 9.2, item 8.2. Can we have the vote up, please? This is item 8.2. This is item 8.2 in those minutes. So if you don't want the demolition, you vote yes. If you want the demolition, you vote no. Correct? The designation, sorry, the designation, not the demolition, the designation. Sorry, that's mine. I misspeak. Respeak? Respeak it? Okay, so if we want the full heritage designation, we vote in favor. If we do not want the heritage designation, we vote no. Is that correct?
So through the mayor, yes, we're just going to cancel the vote and redo it, just so that everyone has a chance to think about their vote. So if you vote in favor, you're voting in favor of the staff recommendation, which is that it be designated. If you vote against, you're voting against that, and then the alternative can be put on the floor.
So it is defeated 12-3. Thanks very much, everyone. Councillor Kretsch, I look to you now to put the alternative in front of council, and we'll get it up on the screen for you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to avoid as many procedural gymnastics as possible here. I think we all know what the alternative is. It's clearly spelled out.
Go ahead, because I'll say the wrong thing.
But I just want to make sure that we're putting the alternative on the table. I'm not going to speak to the whole thing technically. The clerk will know exactly which alternative we're speaking to and can say it and put it up on the screen so we're sure. Exactly. So the major difference, just so everyone understands, and I said this at Planning Committee and didn't want to repeat it for today's edification, but we'll just say it now that this agenda is up here. The major difference here is that this conversation now will happen between heritage staff and the hospital rather than going through the Heritage Committee and the Heritage Permit Review Committee. That's what would have happened. Now it's going to be happening in not a public way, but likely a similar outcome. So this allows for there to be salvage, documentation, and a cultural heritage impact assessment, which is cutely referred to as CHIA, to happen to save as much as possible. I don't know who my seconder is, but maybe Councillor Cassar wants to second it? Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. When I'm looking at the first paragraph, it says submitted to the satisfaction of the Director of Planning and Chief Planner prior to the demolition of the property. So can I just get some statements from staff? Sounds like the city has the final say, and yet we just voted down the designation.
I'll go to Director Coit for that one. Director Coit, please.
Through the chair, I apologize. This isn't the wording that I had provided, so I'm trying to understand it. The
So am I.
Okay, well, that's a problem. Go ahead,
So
Deputy Clerk.
the intent through the regular heritage planning processes, yes, it would be delegated to staff. We do own the property, so we would need to work with the hospital, and the hospital need to work with us in terms of making any kind of application for demolition or Planning Act application. So the intent that there is a reuse of heritage features of the new development interpretation of the history of the site would be reflected. So essentially, we're implementing the council direction from the second, which I believe was the second paragraph I saw there. So you're essentially directing staff to do that work, and it's implied that demolition is a possibility.
Well, in reading and listening to what the hospital is saying, demolition is likely because the building doesn't meet the current standards for the ministry. So I'm simply trying to understand, we're going from the designation, we're not doing that, but now we're saying to the hospital board, who are charged with the responsibility of developing the new hospital, that the city can direct them to save certain heritage features, whether the hospital wants to or not, whether or not it's possible or not, and whatever the costs are to do it. So can I clarify, how much authority does the city have? And secondly, how much of it is the money, how much is the city paying to the hospital to do this work? Because the province is not.
Through the chair, that hasn't been, we have had ongoing discussions with the hospital. They are in agreement with this process and way forward. The hospital has already provided a heritage study identifying some of these issues. The hospital is not in a position yet in terms of detailed design or detailed consideration of the documentation and salvage to speak to costs. Needless to say, the costs for this approach would be considerably less than the costs for bringing the entire building up to current hospital standards.
Yes, but we don't know the costs, and we're burdening the hospital with it. And if the hospital is saying, we can live with the alternative, the statement there that's important is, we can live with. But no one's going to pay for it. Province won't pay for it. The city's not stepping up to pay for it. So who pays for that work?
Through the chair, that would be determined through the process and negotiations with the hospital. And a reminder that the hospital is supportive of this approach. They are on record saying they understand the importance and the heritage of the building and are willing to incorporate pieces of the existing building into the new one, as they have in the past with the demolition of the nurses' wing.
Yes, they have. And they did that on their own without direction from the city of Hamilton. This motion gives the authority to staff to tell the hospital what they have to save, whether or not they can or cannot save it, no matter what the cost is. So I can't support the alternative either. The hospital is very mature. They understand the process. They understand what history means to that hospital, and they've been highlighting it for decades. They're going to continue to do that without the city having to stand over top of them and direct them in terms of what features will be saved and what features won't be saved. And too bad, so sad, we're not providing any money. No, I can't support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horwath. Good morning. The simpleton from Ward 6 is trying to follow this story. So since I'm not on planning, was it the Heritage Committee? I just got to go back to get to where we are at right now on the table. It was through you to Director Coit, I think all my questions. It was the Heritage Committee that originally recommended designation. Through you, Mayor, please.
Director Coit, please.
Through the chair, this building has been identified for a number of years on the Heritage Watch List and was identified as a candidate for designation for some time and was on the registry. It was brought forward this year, in part due to conversations with the hospital and in part due to the fact that its registration will become null and void on January 1st due to provincial changes in the Heritage Act. And so it was brought forward to Heritage Committee for their review, and they did then recommend to designate.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for that extra information and background. Through you, did staff have an opinion on this, please? Through you, Mayor Horwath. To you, Director Coit.
Director Coit?
Through the chair, the property does meet 8 of the 9 requirements for designation, so staff's primary recommendation is to designate. You'll note in the text around the alternative, if that is not possible, then staff do recommend the alternative, which is the documentation and salvage, which we've had extensive conversations with the hospital around.
And in spite of Councillor Clark's excellent cogent questions, which I really appreciated, through you, Mayor Horwath, to Director Coit, you're saying today for public record, the management or board or both of the Hamilton Health Sciences and for the M-Wing building, they are in support of this alternative, correct? Through you, Mayor Horwath?
Director Coit?
Through the chair, I can only speak to the Vice President's delegations and conversations with her, and they are in support.
Thank you, Director Coit. I will support the alternative, but as discussions and negotiations may go along, Mayor Horwath, and whether or not it is done before October 26, whether this council will deal with it or whoever's here for the future council may have to deal with it. I'm putting the staff on notice, excuse me, that if anything changes, because the director just said, well, in discussions with a vice president, if anything changes, back to Councillor Clark's concerns, I want that brought back to this table, especially if it will impact local taxpayers. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Horwath. And just wanted to build on that for those that aren't on Planning Committee. We did receive correspondence from Hamilton Health Sciences signed by Aaron Levo, VP of People and Culture and Communications. And I think more pertinent for this conversation is Kelly Campbell, who is VP of Corporate Services and Capital Development. So basically leading this project on behalf of Hamilton Health Sciences. And I'll just read the conclusion of the letter they had sent. Approving a council-directed salvage and interpretation is a responsible approach to achieve their important outcomes listed earlier in the letter about their capital project, aligning practical preservation with progress. So just confirming that they are in support and actually delegated to Planning Committee recommending the alternative. So they were in full support of the alternative, and that's why I think those of us who are on Planning Committee and supporting this would say it is in line with what Hamilton Health Sciences wants. So I think it's appropriate for council to support their wishes, and I will be voting to support this alternative on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. There are no further speakers on the list. I think what we're going to do is put the motion, the alternative, rather, back up on the screen and make sure that Director Coit is comfortable with the language, which there apparently was perhaps some misunderstanding around what's up there. So can you please go ahead? I'll lead it over to you, Director Coit, please.
Through the chair, my apologies to the clerk. It was originally a 1-paragraph motion. It's been broken up, and with my relatively bad bifocals, I couldn't see it from here. So I believe it is in order. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for your diligence. So we have the alternative now before us. Are there any further speakers on the alternative? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. And that carries 14-1. Thank you very much. So now we're back to the remainder of the Planning Committee report. Are there any further minutes that people wanted to bring forward or speak to separately? Seeing none, then we'll go to the remainder of the minutes of the Planning Committee for a final vote, please. Electronic. All those folks can record your vote. That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. We're now on to GIC minutes. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations contained within the General Issues Committee's opened and closed minutes of July 29th and 30th, 2026. I believe there's also going to be an amending motion from Councillor Clark, so please go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor for the month of August, Councillor McMeekin, that GIC 26-011 being open session minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, July 29th and Thursday, July 30th be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and that the closed session minutes of the GIC meeting held on July 29th and July 30th be approved as presented and remain confidential.
Thanks very much. So now I'll call on Councillor Jackson. Did you want something other than 8.3, which is being raised by Councillor Clark? I have 2 other things. Okay, is it before 8.3 or what? We'll go with that one first. Okay. Councillor Clark, you have an amending motion to minute 8.3 PW 26-081 respecting ERO-026-0419 invitation to municipalities to register potential interest in implementing a water and wastewater public corporation model citywide. Do you have a seconder?
Not at the moment. Councillor Cooper has offered to second it. So
Okay.
I'll accept that offer.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So just for everyone, to bring everyone onto the same page, this is the city's response to the province when they're asking us our thoughts about registering potential interest in implementing a water, wastewater public corporation model. And question number 2 is, what are your municipality's current and future fiscal circumstances as it relates to water, wastewater service delivery? We provided a response, and I'm asking that the following paragraph be included. In addition, Hamilton supports the principle that water and wastewater services should be continued to be delivered on a cost recovery, not-for-profit basis. Any future governance model should be structured to ensure that revenues generating from water and wastewater services are dedicated exclusively to the operation, maintenance, rehabilitation, replacement, and improvement of the system for the benefit of the ratepayers and without the inclusion of a profit margin or revenue generated from these services to be distributed for shareholder returns. We've gone down this path before. I believe the company was American Water. It was not a good experience for the city of Hamilton, and I'm concerned that while the province's intentions are good, there is potential that this could morph into a private-public partnership or even private ownership of our water services. And we've seen that happen in the States. It's not good. It does not work. Profit comes before the well-being of the ratepayers, and I don't want us to be put in that position. So I think it's important that we red flag that now for the province, and this would become a part of our formal response to the ministry's questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Are there further speakers on Councillor Clark's motion? I saw Councillor McMeekin and then Councillor Wilson. Oh, you're going to. Oh, it's seconded by Councillor Cooper. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I just have a question on the second part of the amendment to make sure I fully understand it. And if I could, through you, to Hamilton Water and or GM Zagaric. The earmarking of revenues generated from water and wastewater specifically to only go back into presumably the wastewater treatment plant. May I ask, just for clarity, do we use any of the rate money generated for the purpose of what I call green infrastructure investment, things of that nature that are exclusive and outside of gray infrastructure? Through the chair, to make sure I understand.
I'm not sure who would respond to that. Okay.
Through the chair, Michael Wright.
Acting General Manager Public Works. We have the Acting Director of Hamilton Water here, Carrie Vanderperk. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even see you there, Carrie. Sorry, please go ahead.
Through the chair, Carrie Vanderperk, Director of Watershed Management, acting for Nick Winters while he's off on a very well-deserved vacation this week. So if I understand your question, you're asking if the money that's collected from the rate currently goes into operation and maintenance of infrastructure that is more of the green variety, such as low-impact development type infrastructure. Is that the question?
My question, thank you, Director Vanderperk. My question is just ensuring I understand the intent, and I could go to the mover, I apologize, of the second part of the amending motion, in that if the intention is that any monies generated from rates solely and singularly is earmarked for gray infrastructure, do we put any money presently into green infrastructure, bioswales, anything of that nature, watershed management, et cetera, through the chair?
Through the chair, to answer your question, yes, that money currently goes through green infrastructure as well as gray infrastructure.
Thank you for that clarity. Therefore, my question through the mayor to perhaps yourself or GM Zegarac, I apologize, I don't know, if the reading of this motion, the second part, is to therefore make it exclusive to the gray, we would be limiting the investment in the green. Would you interpret it that way as someone who has to affect this should the time come?
Through the chair, I would interpret the system as a whole, so both gray and green infrastructure as we build it and maintain it today.
As long as you interpret it that way, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark?
No, staff answered
Oh,
it.
sorry, you have to, I guess because you brought the motion
Question.
forward.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I was deliberately silent on green or gray because the system right now, ratepayers actually pay for stormwater management ponds across the city, which is the green infrastructure that helps us in minimizing the amount of water that goes into the system. So in answer to Councillor Wilson's question, I was deliberately silent because they are covered now.
Okay, thank you. On that note, I don't see any further speakers on this amendment. I'm sorry? I think Councillor Jackson's on something else. Thank you, though. That's okay. So we'll put the vote on the motion ahead of us, please, for the final vote of the councillors. So sorry, this is on the amendment. The amendment carries 15-0, and now we need to go to the main motion. So can we have that one up too, please? Thank you. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. 8.7, you've already asked that you're going to abstain, so that's a separate vote. So I'll get a chance then to actually have a recorded vote for myself against. Yes. Perfect. On the VUT 8.7 and 8.9 on the light rail transit report. I'd like to have a separate vote as well. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. That's great. So then we'll go on to any further speakers. Seeing none, then we'll head to the votes. So I believe 8.7 is the first one for us to do a separate vote on. So can we have that one up, please? 8.7 is the vacant unit tax, 2026 bylaw. And this carries 8-6 with 1 abstention. Okay, now we're on to 8.9 on a separate vote. LRT 26, Subcommittee 26002 minutes on a separate vote. I don't see any requests on that one, so we'll just put the vote straight up. Everybody else will hear it too. That carries 13-2. Thanks very much, everyone. There are no further speakers on any of the other items, nothing else to do separately, so we'll go to the balance of the minutes. Electronic vote, please, up. And that carries 15-0. Thanks so much, everyone. Councillor Spadafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations contained within the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee's open and closed minutes of July 30th, 2026.
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor, excuse me, Jeff Beattie, that AFNA 26-010 being the minutes of the AFNA committee meeting held on July 30th be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved, and that the closed session minutes of the Audit and Finance committee meeting held on the 30th of July, item 12.4, be approved as presented and remain confidential.
Thanks very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just get clarification from staff? Maybe I'm just missing it here, but I thought we had delegates that day that spoke to Ontario Works. Which item is that? I'm sorry, couldn't hear you, Councillor.
6-2, apparently. Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Clark?
I only have 6.1 in the minutes that I have. And it's from the e-scribe.
6.2 on my minutes.
Thank you. 6.2. So 6.2.1, I'd like to speak to. We've heard from Hafiz Hussein, Michelle McDonald, and Rosemary from the Small Ownership Landlords of Ontario. They feel as though the council is not stepping up on this issue. And I can tell you on AFNA and at ECS, Council has been asking the difficult questions to GM Mader and Stuart Boomer for Ontario Works about the overpayments, about the $58 million that's not being collected that, from my research, is historical back to the 1980s. And ECS is determined that they're going to wait to see the auditor's report, the independent Auditor General who's doing a review of that program. And from there, we'll get the actual recommendations in terms of what needs to be done. And from there, AFNA and ECS can then direct staff to make the fixes in the system. Until we get that report, Council really does not know, except what we're hearing from the province, which sometimes differs from the city, and we're trying to figure this out ourselves. The province has changed the system so that more recent overpayments become debt of the Crown, and we've asked for that information from the province so that we can implement that, so that we would literally transfer that debt to the province for them to collect it, because they have more tools in their tool chest to collect that debt. And so I just want to make it very clear to folks in the community. There's been some things written in the Bay Observer. Council is taking this seriously, but we have to wait until we get the actual information back from the Auditor General, which would be the independent advice that we've asked for. And so that's what we're doing, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to that item.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I see no other speakers on the list, so we'll go to the electronic vote, please. That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. There are no items for consideration, so we're now on to motions. And the first one is the motion on the June 24th, 2026 council meeting from Councillor Francis. So Councillor Francis, would you please present your motion to reconsider and advise of your seconder? Whoops. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, and just bear with me. It's not published on the public agenda, but there will be a forthcoming amendment once the reconsideration is passed. It just basically changes direction of the $10,000 funding. So with the reconsideration, therefore be it resolved that item 9.2 of the General Issues Committee meeting 26009, funding support for autism sensory friendly Light Up the Creek, which was approved by Council on June 24, 2026, is as follows in this motion. Just to speak to it very briefly, they've had a change in direction and a change in priority, which is why they wanted to redirect this funding to a different initiative.
Okay, thanks very much. So this requires a 2/3 vote for the reconsideration, so we'll start there. I don't see any speakers in terms of clarification or questions, and so we'll put that vote up right away, please, for reconsideration. That carries 13-0. Thanks very much. Councillor Francis, would you now then please present your amendment to the original motion and advise of your seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, and therefore be it resolved, A, that funding for an Autism Communication First training video to support the foundation be funded from the GFL Royalties Reserve number 117036 at an upset limit, including contingency and HSC, not to exceed $10,000. So as I had stated previously, this is to essentially change the direction of the original request for this new project for the Canadian National Autism Foundation. Just one interesting note, Mayor, that we could have actually released this the $10,000 funding to the Canadian National Autism Foundation. The city doesn't actually go and audit this type of they could have taken that money and just done this training video instead. So I do appreciate that they've come to me, they've made this request, we've done it transparently for the public, but I think there needs to be, going forward, some kind of safeguards where people can't just take funding that was given to them from taxpayers, in this case for GFL royalties, which isn't from the levy, but still taxpayers' dollars, and it needs to be put in a very transparent way, which I'm glad they came to me, and I'm glad we did it this way transparently. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. Councillor Kretsch, please.
If it helps Councillor Francis to know, I put a motion forward at AFNA for that very reason about 2 months ago. So all the city's royalties, grants, and other kinds of programs that are administered or looked at holistically to determine exactly how they're being paid for, how we're accounting for them, do we have the proper receipts, and so on. So it's not an audit, but it's going to be a check on our finance staff to make sure that's happening, because there are situations like this we know about.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. So I don't see any further speakers, so we'll need a vote on the amendment now, please. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. And now the motion as amended, please. That carries 14-0 as well. Thanks very much. We're on to 9.2. Councillor Francis, you're up again. Would you please present your amending motion and advise of your seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Therefore, be it resolved that item 4 of the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee Report 21-022 respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure with the Canadian Community Building Funds be amended as follows. Investing in roads and sidewalks infrastructure with Canada Community CCBF PW 21073 citywide, and with ABC listed here, which is essentially resurfacing Valley Drive. If I read that out, it'll confuse people. It is just a procedural
Gotcha.
funny business here. So
not funny business.
Well,
it's
not
just like,
funny business, but it's procedurally awkward. How's that? Procedurally awkward.
Procedurally awkward. Yeah.
So.
Appreciate that. And there, it is before council. They know it. They see it. And so if there's any questions or comments, we'll look to the speakers list. Seeing none. Okay. We'll go then to the vote. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, all. And then we're on to 9.3 now. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion and advise of your seconder?
Certainly. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kretsch. And therefore be it resolved is that the requirement for Industry, which is a not-for-profit arts organization that does programmings in Ward 1, 2, 3, and 8, be required to repay its arrears before the release of 2026 grant, be waived as a one-time exemption, and B, that any outstanding arrears due to the city of Hamilton by Industry be recovered from its approved city enrichment fund until the debt is satisfied prior to the organization receiving the balance of the approved $18,254. And just to explain, the organization was a successful applicant. They graded really high in their application. They were put forward as a recommendation from staff and then subsequently approved by the grant subcommittee. However, their application for funding from a third body was not approved to the full amount that they had anticipated. And so there is about a $6,000 plus gap fill that they now owe back to the city because they were over granted as a result of not receiving the full funding from another third body. So we're trying to support this organization who does really important work in the city. They've been consistently graded high, otherwise had no financial issues with the city of Hamilton previously, and like I mentioned, graded well in the application process and previously approved by committee.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify so that I have a good understanding as to what's going on. So the $6,557 is an arrears because they didn't receive the funding from a third-party grant that they had anticipated in their programming. And so the motion is asking that we waive the policy that any arrears be paid off before they receive the next grant. And the motion, I believe, is saying that the $6,557 will be deducted from the $18,254. Is that correct?
Councillor Nan?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers on the speakers list, so we'll go to the electronic vote now, please. Councillor Francis, okay, thanks. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, everyone. On to 9.4, Councillor Clark, would you please present your motion and advise of your seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Robert Cooper. portable toilet at Upper Red Hill Park, 435 First Road West, Stony Creek, in Ward 9. Whereas the Upper Red Hill Park is a neighborhood park that serves the local community in the First Road West area. Whereas there are no close by community centers or other public facilities that would provide open public access for washrooms. And whereas the portable toilets are typically removed from the parks in October of each year to align with the busier park use times of spring, summer, and fall, and therefore will be removed in October of 2026. And whereas the users of the park would benefit from a portable toilet in the park to allow park users to stay longer at the park. Therefore, be it resolved that the provision of an accessible portable toilet to be placed at the Upper Red Hill Park, 435 First Road West, Stony Creek, be approved to be funded from the Stony Creek Compensation Royalties Terrapure Landfill Reserve, number 11706, at an upset limit including contingency not to exceed $8,500. And B, that the General Manager of Public Works or designate be authorized and directed to approve and execute any and all required agreements and ancillary documents which with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city's solicitor. Mayor, I'll speak to it very quickly. This park has become incredibly popular, not just with the young people playing in the playground, but we have a basketball court up there, and it is well used, and it's become a gathering place for seniors and parents in the community. We've added additional benches up there. It's very inviting for the residents to enjoy it, and they've pointed out that there's nowhere to go, put it that way. My hope is that council will support this so that we can get it for the rest of the season anyways. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cassar?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and I'll absolutely support the motion. Just a question of clarity in the wording of the motion so the public understands the duration or timing of when the additional service will be available. It sounds like it's through the winter, and Councillor Clark just alluded to it, so maybe just to speak to the timing of, is this just to cover the gap between autumn and spring, just so the public is aware? Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. I know our staff could speak to it more fulsomely. My request was that we have a portable toilet there as soon as possible and that it be removed in October, so in the late fall, which typically it's spring, summer, fall, so you don't get any freeze and thaw on the equipment. But our staff could speak to it more fulsomely in terms of timelines. Thank you.
Acting GM Wright, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services.
Thanks, Acting GM. Please go ahead, Director Graham.
Thank you. Through the chair, Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. So this location isn't part of the winter washroom program. So typically for portable washrooms that are provided in parks that aren't part of the winter washroom program, they're installed in the spring and removed in the fall. In this case, because we're partway through the year, we'll put it in as soon as we can, as soon as this decision is ratified, and then it will be removed with all of the other non-winter washroom program locations in October.
Thank you. Councillor Cassar? All good? Okay, we'll go then to, thank you very much, Director. We'll go to the vote then on Councillor Clark's motion. Councillor Nan, did you? Got it. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. 9.5, speed cushions. Councillor Jackson, would you please present your motion and advise of your seconder?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Yes, I will. Moved by myself, seconded by the diligent, hardworking Ward 14 Councillor Michael Spatafora. And before I read the motion, since I'm getting the eye from several of my colleagues with my thumbs up, I just want everyone to know my laptop is with specialists in IT. Thank you, Mayor Horvath, for allowing me that. Installation of speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Sunny Hill. Whereas the City of Hamilton has adopted Vision Zero approach, which considers human error as part of the roadway safety equation. Whereas residents on Sunny Hill between Upper Gage and Green Meadow and Ward 6 have advocated for the installation of speed cushions to address roadway safety concerns as a result of speeding. Whereas the Transportation Division has completed a traffic calming warrant for Sunny Hill between Upper Gage and Green Meadow, which has determined that speed cushions are not technically warranted, but where signatures were collected from residents, resulting in support by 21 of the 38, 55% homes on Sunny Hill between Upper Gage and Green Meadow for the installation of these speed cushions as a traffic calming measure. Whereas the Transportation Division conducted an initial review of Sunny Hill to identify suitable locations for the speed cushions and determine the approximate number of potential installations, therefore be resolved A, the Transportation Division be authorized, directed to install up to 3 speed cushions on Sunny Hill between the said roads as a traffic calming measure and as part of Transportation Speed Cushions installation program. And it's rushed today, Mayor Horvath, because of getting it in for the 2026 program. B, that all costs associated with the installation of traffic calming be approved to be funded from my Ward 6 capital discretionary account number noted at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $9,000. C, that the General Manager of Public Works City Clerk be authorized direct to execute any required agreements, ancillary documents with such terms, conditions, forms satisfactory to the Solicitor Shield. As always, I want to thank Manager Mike Field for turning this around so quickly, given that we're running out of Public Works meetings and council meetings before we are all embarking upon the campaigns, Mayor Horvath, this fall. And I want to also thank Elsie McIntosh for always her making sure that the language in my motions is correct, and Financial Coordinator Tanvir, and most importantly, volunteer Mike Zablosky, who lives on Sunny Hill with a young family and said things were getting dangerous. And because we can't put police 24/7 in many of these streets and intersections as we would like to, speed cushions has become a default traffic calming measure, and I'm fully supported. Seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Oh, I don't see any speakers on the list, so we'll go to the vote. Please put the electronic vote up. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. On to 9.6, which is Lancaster Road Speed Cushions Implementation, Awards 11 and 12. Councillor Taddison, would you please present your motion and advise of your seconder?
This is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kassar, who is in Ward 12 and shares the road with me. This motion is about some supports for speed cushions that were already passed last year. This is about funding some extra additional measures that our staff support for extra safety that increase the project cost beyond the original approved funding. I'll skip the whereases and go straight to a summary of the therefores. Therefore, be it resolved that the Transportation Division be authorized and be directed to install the following additional measures in conjunction with the speed cushions. Advanced warning signage, partial widening of the road at the speed cushion locations, installation of bollards adjacent to the speed cushions, enhanced pavement markings in the vicinity of the speed cushion locations, adjust the previously approved speed cushion location to staff suggested locations, that all costs associated with the additional measures required to complement the installation of the speed cushions be approved to be funded from the Ward 11 minor maintenance account at an upset limit including contingency not to exceed $15,000, that the General Manager of Public Works and City Clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the City Solicitor. Again, this road is actually a dead end. Children play on the road, people walk on the road, but the road is also used by car dealerships, and they take their potential buyers to speed test the acceleration of the cars. Youthful drivers take their cars there, they squeal the tires, they lay rubber down on the road continuously. In the past, about 10 to 15 years ago, there was a death on this road. There's an overwhelming majority of the residents live with that, and they support the speed cushions and believe the installation will make this shared road much safer. So thanks for your consideration and support.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. I don't see any speakers on this one, so we'll go straight to the vote, please. That carries 14 to 0. Thanks, everyone. On to 9.7, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Would you please present your motion and advise of your seconder?
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wang. We both are your representatives on the BIA subcommittee. This is a request from the BIA for a change in the holiday parking program, November 24th through to December the 24th. Please note that it will have no net financial impact on the City of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any further speakers. We'll go straight to the vote then on this one. And that carries 14 to 0. Thanks very much. On to 9.7A, which is this is the correspondence related to the motion that we just passed. May I have a motion to receive the correspondence for 9.7, please? Moved by Councillor Wilson and Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Wang. I don't know if there's any speakers. I don't see any, so we'll just go to the vote on the receipt of the correspondence, please. A show of hands, all in favor. Any opposed? That's carried. Thanks very much. Amendment to bylaw number 25201, 9.8. Councillor Francis, would you please present your motion and advise of your seconder on the motion? This is the one I believe that I'll be abstaining from. So please. Please go ahead, Councillor. See if we can get that on the screen for you, Councillor Francis, and for the rest of the council to have a look at. Okay, the tech folks and the deputy clerk have asked for a 15-minute recess, so we'll recess the council meeting for 15 minutes while we figure out what the tech problem is. Members of the public will be back in 15 minutes, which will take us to 11 o'clock. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Okay, folks, thanks very much. We are back online with our tech, and Councillor Francis, I believe, was the person who was putting his motion forward, and we were putting it on the screen. And so let's continue where we left off, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and that's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. And amendment to bylaw number 25-201 being the vacant unit tax bylaw. Whereas council wishes to provide a fair and compassionate process for property owners who are unable to submit a vacant unit tax declaration by the required deadline due to circumstances beyond their control, and whereas report FCS 26055 respecting vacant unit tax 2026 bylaw includes provisions that sets out to achieve these goals. However, similar consideration is not provided in bylaw number 25-201, a bylaw to establish a vacant unit tax. Therefore, be it resolved that amending bylaw attached here to bylaw number 25-201 respecting a bylaw to establish a vacant unit tax, incorporating amendments to Part 9 to allow the director and or program administrator to waive the late appeal fee where a property owner misses the first appeal deadline for the following reasons listed here below, A through H, and that only late appeals that are pending as of August 5th, 2026 or new late appeals received between August 5th and December 31st, 2026 that relate to a property owner's occupancy determination as prescribed in Part 1 of bylaw number 25-201 will be considered, and that should a resident submit a late appeal fee in 2027 for the 2024 occupancy year, that these would be considered by the director and or program administrator on a case-by-case basis, which may require such supporting documentation as deemed necessary and may impose such conditions as are appropriate. And Mayor, this, just to speak to this very briefly, this amendment does not eliminate the vacant unit tax or the appeals process. It simply provides administrative flexibility to address exceptional circumstances, improve fairness, reduce hardship for vulnerable residents who miss the appeal deadlines through no fault of their own. The change balances compassion with the program integrity by requiring supporting documentation and maintaining oversight through this administrative discretion by the program administrator or director. And if I could just throw it to the to Director Pereira for just a high-level summary of what we're trying to achieve here, that'd be appreciated.
Thanks, Councillor. Director Pereira, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, General Manager Zagarek, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can, I'd just like to introduce this item and then I'll refer to Director Pereira to speak to the motion. I do want to recognize our vacant unit tax team and all of their compassion as it relates to dealing with property owners who've had a series of circumstances or situations in administering the vacant unit tax. What staff identified leading up to the 2026 bylaw, there are certain property owners who missed the late appeal deadlines and for reasons that the 2025 bylaw did not provide staff the authority to administer compassion to those, staff proposed amendments in the 2026 bylaw. And so those amendments in the 2026 bylaw are before council today. What staff do not have the authority is to show the same flexibility and compassion to property owners as it relates to the 2025 bylaw, administering the 2024 vacant unit tax. So I'll now pass it on to Director Pereira, but just wanting to identify, as Councillor Francis spoke to, this motion allows for a mirroring of that same flexibility and compassion for 2024, as staff have built into the bylaw for 2025, but also just wanting to recognize our vacant unit tax team for continuing to evolve the program and to show compassion and flexibility where property owners, for extenuating circumstances, were challenged as it relates to meeting deadlines and showing some further compassion through the motion that's before council today.
Thanks, Jim Zagarek. Please go ahead, Director Pereira.
Through the chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. I just also wanted to thank the vacant unit tax team as well as council for quite a lot of support through some of the policy and program opportunities and continuous improvement. This program has evolved from its initial inception and the motion as presented by Councillor Francis. So just wanted to elaborate a little bit further on some of the parts that were not highlighted here. So this motion recommends a targeted amendment to the vacant unit tax bylaw to provide greater flexibility and fairness in the appeals process. Specifically, it would allow the director and or program administrator to waive the late appeal fee when a property owner misses the initial appeal deadline due to legitimate extenuating circumstances. The amendment identifies several specific situations where relief may be granted, including errors made by the city that prevented a declaration or appeal, long-term care admission, hospitalization, or incarceration, death of the property owner, military postings, educational commitments, or work assignments that require absence, natural or man-made disasters that disrupt services, and circumstances where an owner was abroad, did not receive electronic notification, and was unable to return to Canada. The amendment also introduces a low-income, senior, and disability-based hardship provision. Eligible owners who are 65 or older, certain disability benefits, and who meet prescribed income and principal residence criteria may have the late appeal fee waived. Finally, the amendment includes a discretionary provision allowing the director and or program administrator to waive the fee for other extenuating circumstances where warranted.
Thanks, Director Pereira, for the explanation. I think Councillor Francis is fine with all of that, so we're now to the speakers list. We have a couple of folks lining up. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate the work that's gone into this. The phrase extenuating circumstances comes up frequently, as we all have experienced, and it's helpful to know that, and for those we're privileged to represent, to know that we're making efforts to be as compassionate and as fair as possible. A question, I guess, off the top, in terms of the low-income support, what's the established level that might kick in? Is there an income based on that?
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, good question. So the income threshold is very similar to the tax assistance program that we offer for property taxes, and by virtue of that to the utility rebate. So I believe the income threshold is 45,000 is what was identified. So we wanted to keep the administrative process fairly consistent as far as what we offer for taxation and utility billing.
So that would be a family income of 45,000 or less?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Okay. I support this, Your Worship, for several reasons. One of the extenuating circumstances that I, as a councillor, have experienced on a couple of occasions is billing and notices that go to a numbered company that handle the payments for particularly seniors who are residing. They never get a tax bill. It goes somewhere else, and then if the firm that's handling that is not on top of what's going on, suddenly they got a $10,000 bill. And the other part of that has been particularly irritating. I mean, some get irritated just having to fill out the form, although that's pretty standard. I think my wife handles all of that stuff with my spouse. She did it in, I think, 38 seconds. So, once you sort of get into it, it's pretty simple, and you just have to make sure you do it. But some people who don't get the notice for whatever reason or combination of reasons, including numbered companies maybe handling their finances, need a break. And the other part of that, which has been an irritation several times, is when you go through the appeal process and like going to court, I guess, in a sense, if I can push an analogy, and you're found innocent, you're going to be exempt from the fee, but you still have the privilege of paying $500 for the process. Sort of like going to court and being found innocent and then being sent to jail anyways. So I really like the flavor of what's before us, and compliment the councillor from Ward 5 for quarterbacking this good initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Really appreciate what Councillor Francis has brought forward. I had several constituents, seniors, that called me in distress and quite frankly were in tears because they missed a deadline and or they thought they had submitted on time, and to have staff review it, staff said, sorry, you have to pay $500 to go through the appeal process. And I found it very, unfortunately, punitive. And I'm putting aside the debate on the VUT. It's done again today. So I hope that whatever side both of my colleagues are on, that hopefully there'll be a good, strong support for Councillor Francis's motion. I have always said, Mayor Horvath, that the staff that are implementing this program, led by Director Pereira and Manager Andrew Wilkes, who's just been marvelous whenever my staff have needed him to assist with my constituents in the early first 2 years of this new program. He was always available and helped my team guide my constituents through it to ensure there weren't any penalties on them. But this was a little bit of a sticky situation, this $500. I wish this had come forward sooner. And so if I'm hearing correctly, my only question is to get this clarified. If approved today, is there any retroactivity on this, Mayor Horvath? Can I just ask through you, please?
Thanks.
To Director Pereira, please.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Director Pereira?
And if he said it, then I just need to hear it one more time, please.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, the motion as presented is prospectively, so as of today, till December 31st.
So there's no retroactivity then on this?
Through the chair, it would be only retroactive if the appeal is still pending resolution. However, if the matter is closed, i.e. there is no further steps in the appeals process, there would not be any opportunity for that.
So, Director, if a senior paid the $500 just to have the reconsideration in 2025, based on this motion and this hopeful decision, you would not go back to that individual and say, in light of council's decision, we can reimburse you the $500 through you, Mayor Horvath, please?
Director?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so it's not really retroactive. All right, at least this is a first step, and we'll see how things pan out after this, Mayor Horvath. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to staff. Thank you for the overview. That was helpful. I'm just curious about the prevalence of the circumstances for appeal as outlined in the therefore be it resolved. Are we anticipating there are many, or are these truly extenuating circumstances experienced by just a few people across the city? If I could get a sense of what staff are experiencing or hearing from those who are seeking these kinds of appeals.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Director Pereira, would you have a sense of that figure? Please go ahead.
To the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Nan. As it stands, the number of appeals, and I do want to stress new appeals, since the report was authored and in front of committee was about 35 brand new appeals. Over and above that, we have about 150 appeals that are pending. So the number of appeals is reducing, and the number of appeals that are under the extenuating circumstances is much lower relative to that. But again, the proposal that's in front of council here is to deal with the situations where it is extenuating circumstances, and therefore staff do have the ability to make that decision to provide that compassion and show fairness in the circumstances that are presented. So to answer your question specifically, I'd say that percentage is relatively low, as what we're finding right now are the appeals that are pending and or new are essentially residents that are have somehow just missed the deadline for declaration. So I would say it would be under maybe 10 or 15 at best as it stands. With the information we know, that would qualify under this proposal right here.
Thank you for that clarity. I think it's important to make sure that the public is aware that this is, the scope of the extenuating circumstances, that this isn't wide-reaching. So it's helpful to know that. Also, just in terms of our growth and learning as a municipality in implementing the VU2. Mayor, final question to staff is, so if I've heard this correctly, I know that Councillor Francis worked closely with staff in making sure that the therefore be it resolved was in alignment with those extenuating circumstances. Could staff just comment on their agreement or generally that this motion is supported by staff in your ability to administer the VUT fairly? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. James Garrett, please.
Yeah. Through the mayor, I'll start and I'll invite Director Pereira to expand. To Councillor Nan's question, our growth and learning is reflected in the 2026 bylaw. Language similar to the motion that's before you is incorporated in the 2026 bylaw, and staff saw the opportunity to amend the program going forward to show the flexibility and compassion to capture the cases or rare situations, as Director Pereira has spoken to. Staff have reviewed the bylaw, and we understand the intent and would look to administer based on the motion that's before council today and if ratified by council today. And I'll invite Director Pereira if he has anything to expand or add on.
Director Pereira?
Through the chair, nothing further. I think James Garrett captured everything.
Thanks very much. Okay, Councillor Nan. Excellent, thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Yes. I heard Councillor Jackson say that it's not retroactive. Why can't we make it retroactive? We surely know who paid the $500. Why couldn't the city, given this policy change, reimburse those individuals who happened to pay prior to the policy change?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. We'll send that over to GM Zagarek, please.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll start. As we understood, the intent of the motion is, as Director Pereira identified, there's approximately 135, 140 open appeals. And I believe one of the delegates who delegated before committee last week represented one of those open appeals. So our understanding of the intent was to focus on open appeals and not the closed appeals. However, if it was the intent of council to go back, we would have to report back with respect to timing and efforts in terms of administering such an expansion of the intent, again, recognizing that it would require staff's effort to go back and open all the closed appeals and identify the effort that would be required in the timelines if that was the intent of council.
So may I inquire, how significant is the number of these appeals that were closed?
Director Pereira? Just conferring on the bench.
Thank you, Mayor.
Director?
Through the chair, of the total number of closed appeals where they have actually paid, the 500 late fee is about 500. That totals to the amount that we are sharing in the report. Of the 500, staff would have to look at how the 500 would meet the motion and the extenuating circumstances that were listed to determine how many of those 500 would benefit from a reimbursement.
Thank you. So, Mayor, what I'm hearing is it is possible to do this. It would simply take direction from council for staff to do this. So I'll leave it to the mover and the seconder to decide if they want to go down that road with their motion as it stands today or a future motion after they get additional help. But it seems to me that it's terribly unfair that we have drawn an arbitrary line in the program. And so from this point forward, people don't pay the 500, but those that did pay, in this case 500 minus the 100 and some odd that are in appeal right now, they don't get reimbursed. So I just wanted to put that on the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I don't see any further speakers. Councillor Jackson, please.
Really appreciate the segue from Councillor Clark. Thanks, Director Pereira, 500. So Mayor Horwath, today I want to get this, hopefully with council support, up and running. Let's get this moving. Let's get rid of this punitive $500 for those that will be eligible and qualify. But I'll put council on notice that hopefully for the next meeting, I'll bring a further motion that will deal with retroactivity and working with staff. Thanks, Mayor Horwath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I didn't ask you to request a second time speaking, but that's okay. Apparently, I have been lax on that. There was another incident where that occurred, so no problem. That's on me, not on you. Okay, so I don't see any further speakers on this. So what's before us then is the motion as was presented by Councillor Francis and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Please, we'll go to the electronic vote. That carries 13-0 with my abstention. Thanks very much, everyone. There are no notices of motion, so we're on to statements by members. And as is our habit or our process, folks who want to make member statements, please populate the speakers queue. And we'll start with Councillor Brad Clark. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week, I'm sure all of you heard there was a murder, an attempted murder of teen boys at a townhouse complex in Upper Stony Creek. As a city councillor, we cannot speak to any matter that is under police investigation or before the courts. It is profoundly disappointing that some political candidates are being rather opportunistic in their public commentary without having a full understanding of exactly what transpired, and we won't know that until the police and the Crown present their case. Let's be clear. Many families have been destroyed by these crimes. Yesterday morning, Mayor Horwath attended the funerals, and last night I attended the Hamilton Mountain Mosque prayers to offer our condolences to the families of Abdullah Shibili, 18 years old, and Afiz Benefif, 16 years old. and to the broader communities, including many, many students who attended, teachers and coaches. I am working with our staff. We are organizing meetings with the co-op board, the police, our housing staff, and myself, as well as another meeting with local residents to hear from them. I saw the pain, I felt the pain. It's challenging. When your family has experienced that violence yourself. It flashes back. It has to stop. This is a horrible tragedy. Vengeance is not justice. Parliament, the courts, the police, border services must stop the illegal smuggling of handguns and must stop the bail swinging doors and the probation doors. Young people need to know that they're going to be held accountable for these crimes. Right now, they're being induced to do these crimes by adults who are taking advantage of them, knowing that they're only going to get out in a year or two from jail. The police are frustrated, the community's frustrated, and this is sending fear throughout our community, not just in downtown Hamilton, but across our community now. And we have to do something. Just before this happened, we had arson at Christie Lake at the Conservation Authority. 2 large buildings were completely destroyed, and 1 was attempted. Why? What's the point to destroying such public infrastructure? I'm advised that the YMCA day camp was temporarily closed but is now resuming. Thank goodness. I thank the HCA staff and our fire departments and the police department and the fire marshal for the work that they're doing. But this is adding an additional burden onto the Hamilton Conservation Authority. And our staff struggle with this because they take it very personally. On good news, Valley Park Pool is set to reopen on August 17th after the final replacement of the water slide. We have been waiting years for this, Mayor. And the replacement of the gymnasium floor, which looks fantastic. So the city appreciates the patience of residents, parents, youth, and children. And the last one is about the flooding. And this one also is very frustrating. I thank the mayor for attending last night to 2 residents' homes that were completely destroyed. Their insurance companies have indicated they are no longer habitable. It was a flash flood. It wasn't a slow buildup of water in the basement. One of the ladies was in the basement when the windows broke in from all of the water that was just flooding into the house at a torrent. She was able to get one of the windows open on the other side of the house and had to yell for help because she couldn't get out of the basement while the water was rising. A hot water heater was blown right off its foundations. The windows were blown in. The water kept rising. When I attended that house the night of the first flood, the basement was filled to the top of the stairs with water, lapping up onto the main floor. I visited the house next door, and that one, the force of the water was so strong, it blew in a bolted door, tore the door right off the frames, blew in the windows, continued to rise, and it not only wiped out the basement, but it wiped out the first floor of the home. Both of these homes were approved by previous councils on a floodplain. We approved it. Not this council, but the city did. And if you go up there, and the mayor went and saw this, you can see berms all around different properties where the water has been redirected into these 2 low-lying areas. Both of these residents are now homeless. They're paying their mortgages. They don't have money to pay for rent. They don't have money to pay for a hotel space. And it's incredibly frustrating when all of these site alterations and berms that were built up seemingly were approved by the City of Hamilton. So I'm really concerned about that. And the last thing, Mayor, and I know I've taken up too much time, my apologies, is we have received a petition with 21 names from folks living on Mud Street from 5th Road back towards the city. They're asking that the speed limit be reduced to 60 kilometers an hour from Upper Centennial up to 5th Road, and conduct a traffic safety review of the intersection at Mud Street and 3rd Road East with the objective of installing traffic control lights. This has become the favorite road for large trucks delivering stuff for the landfill, delivering aggregate, and they're flying down that road and they're not obeying the 70-kilometer-an-hour speed limit, so they're asking that it be reduced and that a traffic signal be put in. I will share it with Public Works and we'll draft a motion accordingly. Thank you again, Mayor, for all of your support the last week.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I just want to thank two great sets of volunteers in leadership that will be stepping down over the next month in my ward. First of all, at the City Hamilton Housing, one of our flagship buildings, in my humble opinion, on the East Mountain, the Swansea Seniors Apartment at 801 Upper Gage. The fabulous, fabulous 4-member executive of President Sue McTaggart and Estelle Wooldridge, Joan Turner, and Jackie Blazek will be stepping down after working together for about 10 years. Mayor Horvath and some of my colleagues may recall motions from me to support them financially, putting on Easter dinners, Thanksgiving Day dinners, and Christmas dinners, amongst bingos and many other activities they've done for the 240 seniors at 801 Upper Gage. Cannot thank them enough. Great group of volunteers, and I salute them. And I'll be giving them certificates from my office upon their retirement day. And similarly, the Trenholm Bocce executive that's been in place for nearly 30 years at Trenholm Park, Mayor Horvath, President Paula Valeri and her executive of Morris Marcella, Osvaldo Tavani, Sandra Macaluso, and Manny Vecchioni. They have, if you recall me saying year after year, they have put on the largest Bocce Association dinner dance every Valentine's Day at Michelangelo's, usually getting anywhere between 600 and 800 attendees. It's not only been a fabulous night for everybody to enjoy and celebrate and have a good time, but has provided wonderful funds for the upkeep of the courts by the volunteer group, the 100 membership group, that helps to save city taxpayer money, and from park staff to having to regularly have to groom the courts and provide grass cutting, whatever other maintenance is required. So I want to salute them as well, thank both Trenholm and Swansea for their dedication to serving others, all in a volunteer capacity. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. First off, I want to take this opportunity during my statements to unequivocally denounce the Dominion Society of Canada, which is a far-right, anti-immigrant, white nationalist organization that was founded last year in 2025 in July. And they have announced and have been saying for quite some time that they plan to host a conference here in Hamilton called the DomCon on August 29th. And they are an organization that is hate-based in their ideology, hate-based in their action, explicitly targeting Black and racialized immigrants, and organized around denying genocide and denying settler colonialism here in Canada. And so I've heard from many residents across Ward 3 and the city, folks who are really concerned that the Dominion Society of Canada is seeking to host a conference where they're inviting people from across the country to join them in their hate-based organizing here in the Hamilton area. I know that a lot of work is going on in the community. I want to say thank you to those who are raising awareness around this. Thank you to folks in the chamber and other organizations that are helping spread the word so that any booking that is trying to take place to host this hate-based conference, that they be denied. And I know that the city is also, and yourself, Mayor, have said something about this in the past. But nonetheless, August 29th is fast approaching, and I want to say very unequivocally that you are not welcome here at Dominion Society of Canada. You will not have a stronghold or continue to try and claim that you have a stronghold here in Hamilton. This is a city that is very clear that you don't belong here, and neither does your racist rhetoric. On a flip side, in terms of a positive note, I want to say thank you to Public Works staff and the teams, both in roads and engineering, who have mobilized the much-awaited repaving of Barton Street. So we can say that it has been shaved and now paved from Kenilworth to Ottawa, and from Ottawa westward is continuing this week. The work takes place from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So those who live adjacent or have businesses adjacent, just to be aware of those hours. It does mean lane restrictions. It does mean things slow down quite a bit in order to facilitate safe implementation of the works by the crews that are out on the road. So soon enough, a matter of weeks, we'll be all done, and Barton Street can finally take itself off the list of being among the worst roads in Ontario. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Three things I'd like to mention. First of all, I want to offer a word of thanks to you, Your Worship, for joining me at the New Horizons announcement in Waterdown. Award-winning builder who's concentrating very much on building green buildings and doing so, taking advantage of the tax relief that this council has been urging the senior levels of government to do, coupled with the pending development charge arrangements. The President Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Pekin, was saying that already without the development charge aspect is going to lower the price of the average house by about $90,000. And I think that's welcome news for folks who've got kids living in their basement, worried about whether they're ever going to be able to buy a house. So I want to flag that first. I want to also celebrate the fact that 3 of the 4 major entrances to and from Waterdown have been congested with various roadworks. It's ironic, actually. People understandably complaining about the condition of roads and at the same time being very concerned that we're fixing 4 of them at the same time. So we're at the point where that 3 of those have now been cleared, and that's provided relief of a lot of frustration locally, and I'm pleased with that, and pleased with the staff working to expedite that as best they can. And finally, and in response in part to the very concerning comments that Councillor Clark was raising, and wanting to provide a bit of a hopeful aspect in our community. We've been very intentional about developing what's called the Healthy Youth Network. There's a program running out of the high school called HEART, a Healthy Education About Relationships, and and the team there, we're working very intentionally with Eagle's Nest and some of the mental health organizations to work specifically with young people and teenagers and do the kind of mentoring that leads to better citizens. And it's been not perfect, but there's been some real growth in the community as a result. And that's something that our local community council is quite anxious to continue to support and is working well. By the way, it's stimulated the interest and engagement of 6 high school students to actually come out and sit on the community council. So we're hearing from young people about the challenges they face, and they're significant. They're very significant. So I just want to share that. I appreciate Councillor Clark's articulation of the urgency on other sides, and just want to make sure that as we point to the crises, we also want to anticipate the hopeful things that we can do too, and in response. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to take this opportunity to recognize Councillor Beattie. During this meeting, he notified us all he's on a leave, so he has a higher calling in life right now. But, you know, I know when I came to council, he's one of the first people to welcome me. And, you know, I've really enjoyed just the relationship I've had with him, whether it be chairing meetings or just one-on-one conversations. I find he brings a sage, thoughtful, compassionate approach, and I've thoroughly enjoyed that. I mean, he cared so much about his ward, he invited me to come around and see it. So we went around in his pickup truck, we visited his ward, he showed me what the concerns were, and it really helped bring it to life for me so that when we talked about issues here at council, I had a better understanding with what was going on. So I think Councillor Beattie had a great contribution to this chamber. I wish him well. I look forward to working with him in the future. And I just want to take this opportunity to recognize him and thank him for all his contributions.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. I don't see anybody else. Councillor Taddison, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Just like Councillor Clark, I just wanted to talk about the flooding that happened in Ward 11. There was lots of flooding in Glanbrook. It wasn't good. I was in the midst of the storm. I've been in flooded basements, garages that have been taken out, outbuildings destroyed. Road shoulders are washed out. Culverts have been compromised with sinkholes around them. I just wanted to say there's been a great response from neighbors. They've showed up with sump pumps and so forth to help others pump out their basements and so forth. Our volunteer firefighters were out there supporting compromised houses. I just think it's a testament to the people. That's rural folk for you. They stick up for one another. There was an interesting picture I just wanted to bring to light. I saw it on Facebook. It's a sign near Golf Club Road. It's in the area of the new proposed development for, I guess it's a private initiated development near Elfrida. The sign says, "Coming soon." And it's a picture of the future development and the plans for it. That sign is actually 3/4 underwater. And so that's something that we need to take into consideration when we're looking at renewing or pushing some of these developments into the rural areas. That it's like when you have flat land that comes down at a slow pace on an angle, you're going to get that flooding when we get these 1 in 100-year storms that are happening now twice in this summer, basically, and before that we'd get them basically about 2 in every 3 years. So that's something. We also have a situation that I've raised with staff, and they're quite receptive to the idea. I'm going to bring it forward to the Climate Change Committee. We do have a situation in our rural areas where we replace culverts, and we replace them like for like. But with the increases in our storm happening more daily or more, with the increase in the storms that are happening and the intensity of the storms, I think what we need to look at is probably upsizing culverts. There wasn't one road that's in the eastern section of Glanbrook that wasn't compromised by or breached by water flowing from the fields over it because the culverts couldn't handle it. So just bringing that to light and thanking staff for their responses in getting out there quickly to areas that were identified by our community as problems. Again, entire shoulders of roads just washed right away, and getting the teams out there. We had culverts that were blocked by straw that had been pushed off the fields and completely blocked, which you know, and these are culverts that are, you know, I could stand inside some of these culverts and they were completely blocked by straw that had been cut and not removed by the farmer in time because the storm hit so quickly. So just situations like that we have to be aware of, and I can appreciate it, and I would say that there's a lot of issues, but it's hard for people to get insurance now. Their limits are at like $20,000, $25,000. That basically gets the wet carpet out of their basements. So I understand the difficulties with this, and I'm hoping that, again, that we can look at some timely measures that can help out, because it seems like this is going to be part of our future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. I don't see anybody else on the list. There are a couple of things I'd like to share and speak to. I'll try to be brief. As folks know, we had the Festival of Friends 50th anniversary on the weekend, and I just want to thank Council once again for the additional funds. Unfortunately, the flooding, well, not the flooding, but certainly the rain on Sunday impacted the event, but it was really great. We had so many amazing local talented artists there. So to the board of 50th anniversary, or Festival of Friends rather, as well as Rob Bercosi, all the staff, all the volunteers, more than 120,000 people over 3 days. Apparently Feist was quite amazing in terms of the impact that her session had. The Sunday, though, it was the show did go on, as a matter of fact. It stopped for a while because there was some lightning, but Blackie and the Rodeo Kings with my friend Tom Wilson, Harrison Kennedy, we had people from the Forgotten Rebels. I don't know if anybody knows who that band is, but I certainly remember them. Teenage Head, Maestro Fresh Wes. It was, and many, many more. Andy Kim, people might know Andy, but it was both local and national in scope in terms of the artists, as they had said to us, and it really was fantastic. And, you know, the Hamiltonians hung in there. And I was quite surprised to see how many people stayed for the entire evening, notwithstanding the rain. Yesterday, I had a chance to go to the the day before, Hamilton Super King Sport Club, which is a really amazing group that has a cricket tournament every year, and this was their 2026 grand finale. Congratulations to the Hamilton Super King Sport Club for that. Again, I was reminded of the pressure for cricket fields or cricket capacity here in the city, as we have a growing community of folks that are wanting to engage in cricket, and many, many volunteers and folks who want to make that happen. And so it was really one piece that showed not only the diversity of our city, but how sport brings people together. And there were lots of young people involved as well. So it was quite fantastic. I did thank you, Councillor McMeekin, for talking about the New Horizon Development Group and their housing initiatives. We're waiting to see what we end up with in terms of our conversations about DCs. Nothing to report there, but hopefully we'll hear something soon. It might be that Councillor Beattie, during a campaign, makes an announcement. Who knows? In terms of what Councillor Cooper was talking about, but nonetheless, we're hopeful. Stanley Cup in Dundas. Dundas Driving Park was, again, fantastic. Mark Jankowski was there. It was amazing to see the amount of people who showed up, all ages, young, right to the really young kids. So thrilled to see the Stanley Cup in person, and to congratulate Mark on his being part of the winning team. It just so happens that I have some connections from Dundas as well. My family, my mom's side of the family, used to own a bakery called Awesome's Specialty Cakes and Bakery, and they sponsored the precursor to the Dundas Real McCoys, which was called the Merchants hockey team. And it was really great to see people who are former Merchants players and who know some of my relatives who actually, up until very recently, were playing for the Real McCoys. And so not only was that kind of a cool moment for me, but also learning about my family's history in Dundas was something quite interesting, which happened by surprise, really, at a visit to the Dundas Museum and Archives, which was really a fun thing to learn about. Salsa on the waterfront. Again, last night, there was a wonderful, not a wonderful celebration. I think there's 17 salsas on the waterfront through the summer, if I'm not mistaken. If you haven't seen it, you got to go. It's fantastic. The diversity, the fun. So it's the opposite of what Councillor Nan was talking about. Something we're all very worried about, which is the group that wants to come here, the Dominion Society. This was the opposite of that. This was diverse, it was fun, it was positive, it was wonderful, and that's the real Hamilton, I would say. That's what the real Hamilton is. So it was great to go there and be with Lisa Alfano and her team to see what's happening on the waterfront in terms of the Salsa Soul and their team. I do want to say something about the Mud Street situation that was raised by Councillor Clark. It was pretty devastating to see in person. I want to thank the city manager for joining us there as well. And I know that we were given insight into how these people's lives have literally been ruined by what happened. As Councillor Clark described, financially they are now ruined, and they are both fairly new homeowners in that area. 16, 18 months, I think, is how long they've owned their home. So it was quite devastating and really difficult to, have them re-traumatized in telling their stories, particularly the woman that was stuck in the basement who literally could have lost her life that day. It was quite awful. So we're taking that back. We told them we're taking that back to see what is possible in terms of the city undertaking some, something to support these families. But it does speak to the broader flooding issue that Councillor Tattison raised. And, the fact of the matter is we have stormwater problems in our city, and they're everywhere. They're not just in the urban center, they're in the rural areas as well. And to be able to get a handle on that, we need to not only look at where development is happening and where we allow development to happen, but how we fund our infrastructure. So I just want to keep that on the top of the agenda there because it's something that we need to really think carefully about. I did attend the funeral yesterday of the two boys. That's what they were. They were two boys. It was a scene of really difficult emotion and grief. And as a mother myself, I can't even imagine the pain of what those moms were going through, as well as the families, brothers and sisters and relatives. So, of course, on behalf of all of us, I express my condolences to the families. And I think we should probably, again, have a bit of a moment of silence as we lose people in our city to violence. We need to remember that the solutions aren't easy, but they not only span what Councillor Clark was talking about, but also what Councillor McMeekin was talking about. And that is we need to find ways to help young people who are struggling to find different pathways, to not be in the situation where they feel their only hope for the future is the kind of crime that they get pulled into by adults who are preying on them, really. And so that's something I wanted to say, particularly because we talk about the Youth Wellness Hub and we talk about the hate. All of these things are not separate. They're all kind of melded together. And so on that, I also wanted to mention the work that our city staff are doing on the hate piece. And I'll be sending something out as well, working with legal in terms of making it clear that there's no place for this conference here in Hamilton. And so I want to thank Councillor Nam for raising it as well. There are some other things, of course, that are really important to identify. But I think that the most important piece now would be to maybe take a moment to mourn not only the loss of those young people, but the pain that the families and the community is feeling right now. So if we could rise for a moment of silence, please. Thank you, everyone. So the statements by members having been completed, we are now going to be moving into private and confidential. It is now almost noon. I'm hoping that we might be able to keep going, and if we have to break at 1, we will, but I would hope that we can maybe get through this and keep going. So I'm seeing a lot of nods around. So prior to going into closed session, may I please have a mover and seconder to allow external consultant Karen Gordon from Gordon Strategy to attend the closed session portion of the meeting. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Show of hands vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Thanks. That carries. We have a quorum still. 3. Okay, good. So then may I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 11.5, respecting report AUD 26006A, audit of HR investigations process citywide pursuant to section 9.3, subsections B, E, and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsections B, E, and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. So I'll have the mover, which would be Councillor Nan, the seconder, which would be Councillor Cooper. Show of hands, please. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's that. That's carried. So members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members rejoin the meeting, Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. I'll just take a minute now. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now back in open session, so please make sure, councillors, that you're back in the open portal of eScribe, and we will move on with where we ended off, which was item 12.5. And I believe we have a motion, which is going to go on the screen, if I'm not mistaken. And so this motion is moved by Councillor Nan and seconded by Councillor Kretsch. And it is before us on the screen, just for clarity, and I will read it out. That the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting memorandum audit 26006A, audit of HR investigations process citywide, be approved and remain confidential. That staff be directed to publicly release Appendix A, the summary of findings, and a revised Appendix B, statement from the City of Hamilton, to memorandum audit 26006A, audit of HR investigations process citywide on Thursday, August 6, 2026, and that confidential Appendix C to memorandum audit or AUD 26006A, audit of HR investigations process citywide, remain confidential. And so we have a speakers list. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just am requesting a severed vote with A, B, and C.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll start with, do you want to put those back on the screen for us, please, Deputy Clerk? Thank you. I don't see any other speakers on the list. So we'll go each by each, and perhaps folks want to speak to the various items. So A is that the direction provided to staff in closed session respecting memorandum, et cetera, be approved and remain confidential. So we'll take the eScribe vote, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So the vote will go up in a second. Thank you. That carries 9-5. Thanks very much. We are now on to B, which we'll put back on the screen so folks know what we're doing. That staff be directed to publicly release Appendix A, the summary of findings, and revised Appendix B, statement from the City of Hamilton to the memorandum audit of HR investigations process on Thursday, August 6, 2026. That's in front of us, and we'll put it up for a vote. And that carries 14-0. And now item C, which is the final piece, that confidential appendix, I believe it is C, to memorandum audit 26006A, audit of HR investigation process, remain confidential. Again, we can go to the eScribe for that vote, please. And that's carried at 9-5. Thanks very much. And as discussed in camera, we were going to have a quick statement from our city manager. Please go ahead, city manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I just want to reinforce what I said at the General Issues Committee meeting of July 29th. The city takes this matter very seriously and is committed to taking action on it. As noted, the auditor's report findings will be released on Thursday, August 6th, along with a statement from the city. Thank you.
Thanks very much, City Manager Clucky. We are now on to the completion of our meeting, which is the bylaws. Councillor McMeekin, may I please have a motion on the bills and a seconder?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wilson, that the bills number 26-129 to number 26-142 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered and be signed by the mayor and the city clerk and read as follows, and they're listed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. The bills are before us. Then we'll go to an e-scribe vote, please. Oh, it was Councillor Wilson. Oh, sorry. Councillor Clark, please.
Thanks. Can I just get clarification on bylaw 13.12, bylaw number 140, bylaw to establish vacant unit tax? Did we do that earlier today, or we're voting on that now?
Go ahead, Clerk, Deputy Clerk.
So through the mayor, through approving 8.7 on the GIC agenda, it then put the bill on the to be considered today.
So the bill was considered during that session, that vote?
So let me find the exact clause. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. 1 second. So sorry, through the mayor, as per 8.7 of the GIC minutes, FCS 26055 vacant unit tax 2026 bylaw, that staff be directed to administer the vacant unit tax program for the 2026 occupancy year, and that Appendix A to report FCS 26055 vacant unit tax, which is the 2026 vacant unit tax bylaw, be approved.
So the bylaw has already been approved, correct?
Yes.
So 1312
So this is just
Correct,
the confirming
yes.
of the council decisions. Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Clark. If I may take a moment just to reiterate that the council decisions happen during the meeting and that the bylaws are simply a kind of a confirmation that the meeting took place and the decisions of council are being recorded. So this is an issue that's come up in the past, and it's important to clarify that. So thanks very much. On that note, then, can we have that electronic vote on the bylaws up, please? Thanks. That carries 14-0. Thanks, everybody, for your time. That being the completion of our business, the meeting is now adjourned.